Gupta. Good morning. Hello, am I audible?
Good morning to all participants, delegates. So myself Jailal Sarkar, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Tripura University. So once again, very good morning to all. Good morning, sir, to present here, sir. So now,
Good morning.
Now we'll start our first session on the basis of Smart City Architecture by Professor Sudipta Roy. Professor Sudipta Roy is basically working in Assam University as a full professor in Silchar, ex-dean of Tribuna Sen School of Technology, Assam University, chairman of the Committee of Research Promotion Cell. He has published several scholarly research papers in reputed international journal and conferences. So now I would like to invite you, sir. Please deliver your lecture. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Journal. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay.
Your slide also visible.
Fine.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks to all the participants and to the organizers for this timely series of lectures, whatever is there, that is on smart city architecture and smart city and IoT. So today I will discuss on smart city architecture. So as this is the first lecture of this program, so I will start from the very first thing, what is basically smart objects, then smart city and how we can tell a city smart, and then Indian perspective, where we are, why we are thinking about smart city projects, and slowly we will go towards the different architectural aspects of smart city. What will make the city smart, different components, and at last one of our example of smart city. That will be, I will try to cover in this 90-minute session. And if we tell anything smart, then what exactly a smart object will be? So a smart object can be told as the object, as the equipment or thing that can sense the environment. Environment means the surroundings, the effect of the surroundings, any change in the surroundings. It can interpret the environment. It has to interpret. Otherwise, it cannot mimic, it cannot respond. It can self-configure itself as per the change needed when we are interpreting the environment. And it is able to interact with other objects. When we are interacting with other objects, obviously, we are exchanging the information. So, if anything, that are capable to sense, to interpret the environment, to self-configure itself, along with the interaction and exchange capability, then we can tell the object is a smart object. Now, a city. City is an abstract noun. City is not any human being, is not a particular person, but a city comprising of everything. Everything means all the stakeholders, starting from its governance, the board of government, its citizens. These are the major living stakeholders along with the living beings, plantations, its domestic animals, as well as the facilities, the activities associated with these people, with these entities, along with the activities. So those all will comprise my smart city. And smart city, as in ISO TMB, it has considered in 2015 that a smart city dramatically increases the pace at which it improves its sustainability and resilience. These two terms that will be told throughout this program, and we have to make our cities sustainable and resilient enough. How it engages society comprising of all the citizen and its peripheral. How it applies collaborative leadership methods. How it works across disciplines and city systems, and how it uses data and integrated technologies so that we can make the life more meaningful. Meaningful means in terms of facilities, more facilities, as well as environment friendliness that has to increase, because our carbon footprint is increasing. We have to decrease it. On environment, there's the ill effects of the urbanization should be minimized. We have to be careful about our planet. So if we start with smart cities, and if we can able to carry on this, then automatically we can go towards the smart planet vision. This is one definition that we can think of. But more than that, by Cohen has given a good description about the smart city, where it is told that smart cities use ICTs. Why? Why it will use ICTs? To be more intelligent, to be more efficient. To do what? To be more intelligent and efficient, to use the resources, available resources. And it will resulting in cost and energy savings, as well as it will improve the services and quality life of the citizen. Ultimately, it will reduce the environmental footprint. And this is our smart city that we have to think. So, in this diagram, cities, we are telling about urban system as well as social systems comprising of these two systems. The urban systems are comprising of the buildings or roads, that is infrastructure, the energy production and requirement, waste that is producing, water and green infrastructure. But there are societies, the social systems, where citizens and the public officials, these are the foremost one who will work as the core systems. The social economics, that has a great impact. We have to think about public safety and public health, the education, as well as the surroundings, nearby neighborhoods that we have to think of. And when we are thinking of about all these things, how ICT will work. The ICT infrastructure, from the hardware or infrastructure level, we should have the connectivity through the broadband or wireless ones. We should have different sensors. We have to use mobile devices, robots, and we have to create data centers to complete the facility, to generate those facilities through the softwares or applications. So I hope all we know about hardware software integration, and in this software integration, we have to careful about our social media. The social media should be incorporated in this initiative. We should have our smart grid, smart meters into board, our smart transportation, big data and modeling things along with our GIS that will make our city, that can make our city smart. Now, we have to think again. Origin of our smart city, where from it has originated. So, the origin of smart city, the concept of smart city originated at the time with when the IBM, they have started the Smart Planet initiative in 2008, and IBM started the term that smart cities as part of that Smarter Planet initiative. So it is basically comes from that initiative where the industry people were thinking about smarter planet. And at the beginning of 2009, the concept has spread over the globe. In European cities, in European Union, they adopted it previously. And in India, government of India has started the smart city vision in 2015. So in perspective of European countries, European cities, they thought about better public transit. They thought about the cycling and walking will be motivated so that the carbon footprint can be diminished. And always they were thinking about sustainability that started from 2009 onwards. In India, we started in 2015 as the vision government of India has started. Now, the smart city, the need to handle global environment. Why we will need to handle global environment and urbanization problem. If we grow through this urbanization problem, we can find out there are huge problems that we are facing now. Why? Because the global warming day by day is increasing. The climate is changing. The world population is increasing as well as the resources depletion. India is one example. Our population is increasing, but the resource that is in depletion. And adverse effects of increasing urbanization that should be minimized. So to handle all those things, we need smart cities. The need to accommodate changing lifestyles that is needed, where we give more value towards the uses above ownership. We have to focus on non-monetary values. We have to wide opportunities for work and study for all the citizens. Otherwise, the adverse effect will come. We have to overcome our restrictions of time and space. We have to think about the consumer-producer system. And when we will think all these to be overcome, the problem of our urbanization, we are indirectly thinking about the sustainability. So we have to develop sustainable cities in a long-term approach where different phases are there: early phase, growth phase, mature phase, transformation phase. So in these phases, we have to start from infrastructure development towards facilitating all the effects of the smart city that should reach to all the citizens. Effectively, it is enhancing the city competitiveness in terms of service. Service means all the services, including all, that is education, healthcare, waste management, water management, transportation, safety, elderly people's safety. All these things will be covered, and that will tell that the city is smart enough for the living beings, for us. That is the basic thing that we have to think. Now, the problem of globalization. In the leftmost bar graph, we can find out, it is from the United Nations. We can find out that in 1950, the world was having population of 2.5 billion people. almost 2.5 billion people was there in 1950, and within 100 years, that is 2050, it is projected towards more than 9 billion people. So it is huge. And the world, the space is same, the resource is diminishing, and we have to work with all those. That is the problem. We have to use efficiently all the resources. Otherwise, scarcity may come in. We can have problem with those. In the right hand side, upper graph, that is telling in 1950, the people that was living in cities was only 30%, whereas the people was living in the villages was 70%. So the city versus village population was 30:70, that is 3:7. In now nearly 50% of the population is living in urban cities as well as 50% in rural days. But as the projection is going on, in 2050, the situation will be reversed. 70% people will be in the urban states, in urban cities, whereas in rural areas, 30% of the people will be. So this is the urbanization process that is forecasted. We have to take care. Otherwise, the system will be not sustainable, not resilient enough for a better, healthy atmosphere into the society. And in economies, in terms of economies, GDP growth, the lower portion, that is telling about developed economies will have in 2025 the GDP growth as 26%, emerging market will have 14% and others. So our 70% of global GDP, that will come from the cities. 30% of global GDP, that will come from top 75 cities. So based on that GDP, we have to take care about the services that we will provide to those cities. This is the challenge of urbanization, the challenge on infrastructure development, the challenge on sustainability, and topmost, the livability. The challenge is there. And due to that, the smart city concept was adopted by all the countries. In India, it is in 2015. So the goal of the smart city is to achieve a sustainable development scenario, to increase the quality of life of its citizens, to improve the efficiency and the existing and new infrastructure. That is the goal of smart city initiative. And the objective is to identify the critical technologies that planners need to know. Then only we can stress on those technologies, those critical points. We have to determine the aspects of smart cities, which one are interested in, because all the cities' characteristics are not same. The city characteristics has to take care, and then we have to think with those characteristics. We have to determine how the field of planning can utilize this information. That is the features of a particular city, the own features, the culture of that city. That should be protected. And the value to their communities should be protected, should be taken care of. We have to determine the appropriate mechanism of informational transfer. That is the data sharing, the data transfer part. We have to take care about those. We have to identify how we can utilize smart city technologies to get the word out. Yes, we have to take care about those things. And the smart city characteristics. This is the smart city characteristics where we have to think about the people, the smart people who will work, who wants to be smart for the smart living. The governance should be smart governance where everything or 100% of the information will be transparent. The economy should be smart economy, giving opportunities to all the segments. Smart mobility, the mobility of the people, the all the stakeholders will be very smart, manageable without wasting much time, and the overall environment should be smart so that we can think about the smart living. And this is the smart city industry perspective where from the industry point of view, we have to take care about each and every point. The smart governance at the top. The governance has to think of smart city project. Basically, it is a top-down approach. Then it will come into different segments. The first, the government has to think about the smartness. Then smart energy, the consumption of energy and the quality of energy, that should be smart. Smart means it will use environment friendly ways to generate the energy. So solar energy is highly acceptable. We will try to decrease the other form of energy consumption. We have to use it efficiently. Unnecessarily, we will not spoil any energy. Then smart water management. The usable water, the drinkable water, that scarcity will come in. Scientists are forecasting that in India by 2030, in different levels, different cities, the drinkable or usable water crisis will come if we are not smart enough to use it efficiently. How we can become smart enough? To stop the unnecessary wastage of water, to recycle the used water so that the water scarcity can be stopped. Smart waste management. The generation of waste for any urbanization process is a huge one. And we have to manage that waste efficiently so that the ill hazards of the waste should not come. And as the computer science people or the engineering people, we know that the e-hazards, the e-wastes are huge nowadays, and we have to be more careful as like the plastic. E-hazards are having a huge impact on our environment. We have to think about our smart development and the infrastructure. Within the infrastructure, we should think about smart digital infrastructure. That's why it is a separate one. Digital infrastructure, we need a lot. Otherwise, we cannot think of the smart city project a successful one. We should think about smart transportation and mobility, as well as we have to think about safety and security. Safety and security of the infrastructures, buildings, as well as stakeholders. Safety and security of the data. All we have to think. We have to think about the disaster management, smart disaster management, because through the disaster, the society may get a huge impact. That is, the unforeseen effect may come in. My system, my smart system should be capable enough at least to minimize the effect of disaster. That is my disaster management. We cannot stop it. We cannot we cannot tell that disaster will not happen, but we can assure that from the disaster management, the effect on society, including the life of the people, is safe. We can give the safeguard towards our property, towards our resources, including the human resources. We should think about smart agriculture. India is a country with agriculture, and our agricultural lands should be properly used, because with the urbanization process, the actual agricultural land is diminishing, as well as the agricultural product requirement, that is the product in the form of food grains. We want much more to cater more population of the world. So we have to think about smart agriculture, and then smart healthcare. That is a huge one, because our with the advancement of the healthcare systems, now old age people are increasing in the society. We should take care about them. They are our past, they are our present, and they can guide us for the future. So our wealth is our old age people. We should take care about them. And smart healthcare can help us to carry on those works. And smart education. Smart education means everything. Everything means during this pandemic, we have found out the pros and cons of online system. The lectures, even to the school children, that was done during the last 20 months in online mode. We have tried, but that was not the best way, because our infrastructure was not ready. We were not prepared that time to cater the service to our 100% students in 100% schools and colleges and universities. So it took certain times, but at the end of 20 months, now we have achieved somewhere where we can give the service to the students, to the society. And smart education will cater service to 100% of the people. Our new education policy that government of India has floated, through that policy, the education system is going to the smart education. The vision is that education for all at any time, everywhere. So education everywhere and at any time, that education can be called as smart education. So from the industry perspective, we have to take care about all these components to make our city a smart city. So the benefits of smart city, how it will give, it is the basic thing. When we get to a critical mass, the data on the benefits is telling like 50% reduction over a decade in energy consumption. So during next 10 years, in perspective of India, the smart city project started in 2015-16 and it will up to 2025. During this period, the energy consumption should be reduced towards 50%. That's why the government of India as well as the people, we are transforming ourselves towards the LED lights. As we will go through the LED lights, the energy consumption is reducing. 20% decrease in traffic. Yes, traffic means in city life, the mobility is controlled through the traffic, public vehicles as well as private vehicles. The population of the cities are increasing and it will increase up to 2050 as the projection is telling. The 70% people will be in cities, will be in urban areas. So the population will increase, the mobility will increase, the traffic will increase, but we have to decrease the traffic by 20%. And certain initiatives are taken care of. That is going on. 80% increase, improvement in water usage. In India, basically in India, as the water is available very affluently, so we are not thinking about water, but the underground water scarcity is coming. The level is decreasing, and now the impact is much more. We have to think about 80% improvement in water usage, 20% reduction in crime rates. As the urbanization process is coming, so that is the adverse effect of urbanization, that the crime rates may increase. In certain cities, it has increased in India. But we have to decrease the crime rates by a 20%. And globally, the smart city project is having a huge impact because nearly $3.482 trillion that will be spent, that will be used by 2026 to make the cities smart, so that we can think of a smarter planet. That is the main thing. So we have to think as technology people, we have to take care about the thinkings, and out of that 100% investment, the major share, nearly 1/4, 24.6%, that will go towards smart governance and education. So smart governance and smart education will get 1/4 of total smart city project value. 13.5% will be on smart security, 15.8% on energy, smart infrastructure development. There are share position is 13.1%. Smart mobility 8.7%. All the cities are having their own characteristics, and different cities are having different characteristics on managing the traffic. But we have to improve based on the characteristics of that particular city. So the plan for smart mobility for Agartala, it is also one of the 100 smart city project. So the plan for Agartala will not be same as the plan for Pune in Maharashtra. The characteristics are different, the requirements are different. So we have to think about those things into our mind. Smart healthcare 14.6%, and smart buildings. We have to make our buildings green building, that is green architecture. We have to think of. Already it is started. This is in respect to India, the crisis that is coming in, smart crisis. So the crisis is in healthcare, the number of diabetes in India is to rise from, you are getting the number, that is from 50 million to 100 million in 2030. It is projected one. We have to take care. So the diabetes patient in India will be doubled by 2030. The cancer incidence in India will rise by 2030 by 78%. It is the propositions, and it is very, very alarming. By 2030, the 25% of deaths in India will be from heart disease. Now we have to think about our healthcare system. During pandemic, in India, we have made the healthcare infrastructure a lot. That is a good one. That was not done previous time. That was not done in previous times. Whatever we have done in last 20 months, but we have to think covering all, not only to fight coronavirus, but we have to think, take care about our diabetes, about the cancer, about heart disease. Indian healthcare system is reactive. Reactive means we only go to the doctor when we are facing any disease, we are facing any ailment, any problem. And the doctor is giving medicine only when we went with certain disease. But for diabetes, to fight with cancer, to fight with heart diseases, we should be more proactive. Well, we should be careful before disease comes. So the Indian healthcare system should have to be transformed from reactive one towards proactive one. We should take care about our own health. During last 20 months in pandemic situation, the people, general people, were thinking about the consumptions of healthy diet, vitamins, nutrients. If we can consume throughout the life, if we can make the minimum requirement of our body, minimum level of vitamins, nutrients daily, then we will have that immunity to fight against cancer, to fight against heart disease, to control the diabetes. So our healthcare system, we have to transform towards proactive one. Next, generating energy and low costs. Yes. In India now, we are the fourth largest carbon emitter throughout the world. And our annual carbon emission, as projected by 2035, it will be increased about 7 to 8%. We have to take care. So we should think about alternative energy sources. Because by 2035, we have to increase our energy production to give service to the urbanization process. The requirement, energy requirement will be much more. As projected, we have to make 112% increase in energy production. But it is not too easy. If we are going for the fossil fuels, if we depend on the fuel of coal, then obviously carbon emission will increase. That will affect the environment. That will indirectly affect our health. The cancer will increase more. The heart diseases, lung diseases will come in. So it will have a great impact on it. So we have to think about alternate energy sources like our solar energy. From wind energy, water energy, we have to depend on. Next, we have to provide food for everybody. It is the government initiative, and the government has made the policy that food for all. Now Indian population is 1.3 billion, and we need now the food production is 260 billion ton. And by 2040, we have to double the production. The requirement will be doubled. But the fact is, our yield production rate is decreasing by 12% due to climate change. So we have to think about more production, whereas our yield production rate is decreasing. We have to find out the way. We have to double our production. Otherwise, again, starvation will start. Another aspect, our agricultural land will be decreased by 2% due to urbanization, due to smart building for all, to create the infrastructure, roads. So our agricultural land, we will lose by 2%. So with the 98% of our land, existing land, we have to make 100% increase in our production. But the real scenario is the yield production is decreasing. So we have to be more careful. Okay. And after that, our mission is clean water for all. So climate change is having its own effect on water availability. And as I was telling, the water shortfall in India will be nearly 50%. As the scientists are predicting, by 2030, the shortfall will come in. We have to be more careful about this. We have to make our cities livable. But how? Our air pollution is much more throughout the world. We are holding the first position, as this year also Delhi becoming the most polluted city. We have to take care. Our other cities, they are also not far behind. They are also producing much more air pollution. If the air is polluted, then how we will think that our people are in a livable condition? So the air pollution, water pollution, these should be our first priorities, most prioritized items. Our urban waste, the waste that is produced due to urbanization, our urban waste would increase 6 folds, 6 times over 35 years. We have to find out the way of recycling all these waste. Already 2/3 of the Indian cities are facing water crisis. Our crime rates has increased, and 10% of the world's road accidents happen in India. This is a very alarming situation, condition that has come up from the surveys, that our road accidents are much more in respect to world. We should be more careful about our smart transportation, smart mobility, how we can carry on. India is a vast country. Our topography is different. We are having ocean in certain portions. We are having high hills in certain portions. So we should be more careful about these adverse effects. And we should give quality education to all our people, all our citizens. 58% of Indian children do not complete primary school. I am not telling about literacy or illiteracy, but when we are telling about the primary education, the children should complete the education certain level. Our 58% children are not able to complete the primary education. And then 90% do not finish high school. But India has a higher education enrollment ratio, just 19.4%, while other developing countries, they are having 58%. The situation is not at all good. Rather, we can tell it is a very bad situation for us in higher education. So, we should make things differently. We have to think differently so that the higher education can be worked out. During last 20 months, whatever started in our new education plan, whatever the government initiatives had come up, now the education will go to the people, not the students. The education seeker will come to the university or colleges. Rather, the college, university, schools has to go from home to home, from children to children, to give the service, to give the education to the society. And I think we can do it. Now, we know all these things we have to give. What idea we got from the very beginning of this session? The foremost one is our smart living. So smart living is about everything that whatever I told, I discussed, and it will be pronounced throughout this week in this program. Smart living, we have to think concerning everything. Starting, we will start our day with the smart thinking, smart living in the morning, and we will go to sleep with the smart thinking, with healthy thinking, not anything more. And it will start from our smart home. So, unit by unit, if we think about different units, if we make these units smart, automatically our whole thinking will become smart. The city will be smarter. We have to start with our home. At home, we may have different facilities that can be automated, that can be more meaningful. As like in our gardens, the irrigation process for our gardens or the rainwater, what will come up, those should be managed efficiently. That is the part of irrigation, and we can manage it. We can think about our smart appliances, our washing machines. Those should be smart enough to use water and energy more efficiently. Now, the 5-star energy consumption appliances are available. Along with that, the inverter technology has come in. That is not the full stop towards the appliances, but we can make more intelligent so that the energy as well as the water consumption for washing machines can be more efficient. Our other gadgets, home appliances, will be smart enough. The building is consuming a light, huge light, and that lighting system can be smart, can be automated. Whenever there is no people, no need of light, so automatically it can be diminished or it can be switched off. Previously, we were having LEDs or any other bulbs in two modes, on or off. But now we are in a state to apply the intensity of the bulb in geostate towards the full glow state with certain levels, so that if we are in the reading mode, then we need the full glowed bulb. full-blown light. If we are in just gossiping mode or just to keep the light on, then the diminished light maybe half of the energy or maybe less than that energy can be consumed, and that can be possible. Already it has come up. We should be using it. We may have our thermostats that will control the temperature of the building, and it should be smart enough so that when the switches of the coolers, cooling machines, appliances will be on, when it will be off, that can be controlled. Not the general normal air conditioning systems, but the inverter based air conditioning system can give us more energy efficiency, as well as the gas emission that will be less. For our cooling appliances, we are generating certain adverse effect towards the air. Air pollution is increasing. But when we are thinking about more recent technologies, the effect is minimizing. We are trying to. If we can go for smart buildings, then we can think of the buildings where the requirement of air conditioning systems will be very less. From the architectural point of view, the requirement of light, artificial light, will be very less. The building can be automatically illuminated by the sunlight, as well as the building can be architected in a way that the requirement of air conditioning systems, the requirement will be less. We have to think of securities. So security cameras will be there, and through that we can control many things. Our appliances, TVs, speakers will be smart enough, as well as the locks of the front doors, where from the people will go in or go out. If we can make those locks intelligent enough, then the home can be called as a smart home, where if our elderly father, mother, or relatives are staying alone, they will be in safe one. They will be in safe mode. They will not face the problem. If we are having smart gadgets, then we can take care about their health conditions, because we will sense different data from those gadgets, and that can be sent to the previously mapped people through the data centers, through the mobile networks, and we can take care about any unforeseen situation where the people are falling ill. That can start from our smart home. Already we are telling, we discussed about how we can make our energy saving scheme in our home, how we can make life simpler. So these are certain points that are made here. We can make our home secured and safe. We should handle regular household tasks. Yes, regular household tasks that can be made automatically, more efficient way. We can do these things. We may have smart TVs in our home, where as per our requirement, using AI, as per our requirement, the TV can suggest us the programs. We can use smart locks or garage doors. We can even think of pet care systems, kitchen appliances, household system monitoring, and effectively the smart building, that is the green building architectural viewpoint, that can be made from the smart unit. The home is a basic unit. We can start with that in our society. Then we will come towards smart mobility. So smart mobility is telling about the transportation of the city, of the people. And in this picture, we are telling about mainly the parking and movement of the traffic. Number one, here at number one position, it is found out by the sensor that this position is vacant for parking. So one parking slot is available here, and this is sensed by the sensor. What is sent to the data center, and when a particular car at 3, the car is requesting for a parking space, then from that center we can get that yes, the number one slot that is vacant now, and from my GPS it will guide me towards the vacant positions that is shown here by the sky blue, sky green one arrow. So the car will come guidedly towards the parking space, and it will be much more efficiently we can use the parking space, and the traffic jam will not be there. Otherwise, what is happening in our daily condition? The car has to stop somewhere and it will go for searching. It will slow its race and it will searching for parking where I can park. If the parking slots are not available, then generally we are trying to park here or there, and that will increase the deadlock condition of the city. So the parking of the city, efficiently using of the parking space of the city, that is one basic criteria of the smart mobility, and we can use it efficiently through our technology, through IoT, how we can use it. Let's find out IoV. This is Internet of Vehicles. Internet of Vehicles means through the internet capacity or capability, vehicles can contact with other vehicles. Vehicles can contact with the roads. That is the roads condition and vehicle conditions where we are. Those can be shared. The status can be shared. That is the Internet of Vehicles, where the safety, efficiency, and infotainment, all the systems can be implemented. And for safety, we can create certain collision avoidance situations. If all the vehicles are run under the IoV scheme, then obviously the system, the controlling office will get the status of that vehicle where it is, and it can guide to avoid collision. So it will reduce the accidents. The unwanted scenarios can be overcome. It can increase the efficiency in the term of route navigation, in term of intersection control, in term of parking navigation, as well as cooperative driving. So one will allow, suppose two vehicles are coming towards a particular point where nowadays the signal lights or the police people in the junction are controlling the cars. But if we are going towards our smartness, our smart mobility, if we implement our Internet of Vehicles things, then we ourselves will allow others into the cooperative driving mode. And we can get the infotainment by video streaming or content sharing or internet access through that Internet of Vehicles. And this will help to become the mobility smart. So this is what we were telling about driving safety related. That is possible by using the collision avoidance system. We can increase the transport efficiency. And these are the smart mobility providers who are having different applications throughout the world to make the mobility more smarter. Only we now need to integrate all these applications into a controlling office so that we can use all these. The next one will be our healthcare. As I was telling, the Indian healthcare system is more reactive rather than proactive. So now we have to think about the hospitals first. And during pandemic, the hospitals, the efficiency of hospitals, as well as the capacity of the hospitals are enhanced. Enhanced, keeping in mind the spreading of the virus to control the virus. But we have to think more than that. What we have to think? We have to think about seamless integration with various existing technologies so that our healthcare system can be efficient one. We have to support big data processing and analysis. We have to go for personalized services because the next generation healthcare system will be more personalized. We cannot avoid it. So the personalized healthcare treatment will have different capabilities. And the treatment plan for the same disease will differ from person to person. We should take care about those scenarios. We have to think about quantitative data and effectively we have to use the resources, healthcare resources that is available with us efficiently. This is our Internet of Things applications in smart healthcare that we can think of. One side we are having hospitals and clinic, and other side we are having non-clinical patients, because always the patient have to go to hospital. It is not like that, but hospital and clinics we have to think of in one hand, as well as non-clinical patients we have to think in another front. In hospital and clinics, we are having different things. In hospitals, the emergency services, operating room, these are the basic criteria, basic need. And in clinics, we have to think about prescriptions and those outdoor things that can be done. Now, in non-clinical patients, here the smart home that has come up, because when only the elderly people or ill people or the people with disability, they are staying in a home, if we can create that home a smart home, then through the information of that home, we can address the healthcare system to the recipients by mobile clinic or by telemedicine or by assisted living. This is in our smart home clinics. In the connected persons, we can have differently timely manners. We can have wellness centers where we can give non-clinical patients certain environment to come up. And this is our smart hospitals that can be taken care of by making the available Internet of Things architecture. Our clinics can be made more smarter, more automated, efficient, so that the general practitioner can get the instant data about the patient. sitting over there because the patient history that can be shared from the data centers. The patient history can be used with the availability from the data center so that the doctor, the practitioner can visualize the previous history of that patient. He do not have to think about many things, but the patient's history will help that particular doctor to make certain decision. And this is the ultimate one where the loop will be closed, that is healthcare system from home to hospital to home. We can start with any incident that is happening in our home. Suppose one particular person, Randall, has fall down at home, and after that, when he fall down at home, then the robot in the home, it alerts towards the medical ambulance that the particular person needs help, needs medical help. Then the ambulance come and take the person towards the hospital. In the hospital, with the help of electronic health record, EHR. So the electronic records are available to the hospital people. The EHR, electronic health records, that is available to the particular doctors, and they can find out the way, as well as then and there they can find out the tests and diagnosis, and they may think about the surgery or any other means, whatever is required for that injury. And after the done, when that particular person is in hospital bed, automatically we can sense about smart healthcare systems. Our automated hospital beds will help that particular person to be well, and after wellness, it can be discharged and can be come to home again when the incident along with the prescriptions, everything is again kept into safe custody of the controlling officers for future use again. So in future, if any doctor wants those records, that doctor can get that. That is the closed loop healthcare system, home to hospital to home. And in this home, if any rehabilitation is required, is suggested by the doctors, then the smart home non-clinical environment will be created where the rehabilitation process will start and the person will come to the mainstream life again without falling into any problem. Like that, we have to think about our renewable energy. In our energy system, we have to think about renewable energy 100% so that we can produce less carbon footprint there. So we can think of a sustainable level of bioenergy. If it is possible, then we can think of bioenergies, and moreover, now the government initiatives has come up to go for solar energy. If we can generate solar energy or alternate energy power as per our environment, then we can reduce the CO2 emission, the carbon emission, and we can tell that our environment is going towards the clean environment. So this is the smart energy one basic one, that from the power grid, that is power grid is our commercial network, from the power grid, if for the industry, if we need the heat utilization. Obviously, we can do it. But in another form, if we are producing any solar energy, we will transfer that solar heat towards the grid. And then at our need, we will take that power, power from the grid. So we will give certain portion of solar energy we can produce from our buildings, from my own place, and we can put it, we will use it for our own. Then if it is excess, not required every day, then I can put it into the grid. And whenever it is as like a deposit bank. So I am depositing the energy bank into the grid. At my need, I will use it from the grid. That is one thing that can be thought of. Now we can think about smart education. So the education system will also be more efficient so that no dropouts, no left out children of our society will be there. So in our smart education system, we can have different Internet of Things appliances, IoT appliances. We can have interactive gaining of knowledge. We should have poster boards into IoT enabled boards. We should think about learning at any time, anywhere. Our safety features, mainly data safety, should be there. And we can use our different attendance system, learning systems into board so that we can make our education more smart. So we should change our poster boards into our IoT enabled boards, where we can use different multimedia features, different other photos, videos, texts that we can use to make the poster more livable, more informative, more knowledge based. And that will help our society, that will help the children to get more knowledge, more interest into that particular domain. Now, the interest of the children, the students, should be increased with this type of poster boards, and the instructor can use different applications, different resources as per need for those group of students as the purpose of learning. Next, we can think of interactive gaining of knowledge. Yes, the knowledge should be interactive gaining, and we can use the different gadgets to get that knowledge into our board. We should not stick on a particular portion of that knowledge or only one resource. Previously, we were telling about chalk and talk or note based plus note based. Then comes our different PowerPoint presentations. Nowadays, the smarter boards and posters has come up. Well, whatever we are writing into the board, that can be digitized, that can be recorded, and we can record it, keep it into our centers, into our repository for future use, for future enhancement, development. That is possible, and that is doing during this pandemic situation when the different teachers, they were trying to give lectures towards their students. The different facilities has come up like WebEx, that was taken care of by Cisco, like Zoom, like Google Meet, Microsoft, they have come up. So all the industry people, they were thinking of different way so that a group of people can be associated into the not only the audio streaming but also the video streaming, and all the streaming can be controlled. It should not be in a chaos. If 50 participants all are trying to talk at one time, then a chaotic situation can come up. So the gadgets, the softwares, the facilities that are created by the industry, they have used certain different facilities to control that unforeseen situations. And our next gen education system is going towards education anywhere at any time. And as we were telling about disaster management, obviously the disaster management that we should take care in staying into the society, because that is the natural calamity that cannot be well predicted, well advanced time, each and every time at a well advanced one, we cannot predict it. But as I was pronouncing that we can minimize the effect of the disaster. What type of disasters can be there? The disaster management system is having different service oriented disaster management, natural disaster management, man-made disaster management, and post-disaster management. After the disaster has happened and it is over, then again rebuilding process will be there. That is post-disaster management. So these four types of management scenarios are there. Among the natural disaster management, volcanic disaster management, flood disaster management, forest fire, landslide, earthquake disaster management, these are the major ones that should be taken care of. In certain countries where volcanoes are there, that volcanic disaster management is a foremost one. And some countries have come up with different technologies in disaster, in volcanic disaster management. Japan is working on it, as well as Nicaragua. In Nicaragua, one industrial IoT they have implemented, and they are taking it as a prediction to give the warning system for the volcanic eruption. Also, Japan, Korea, they are working on it, and they are also successful to implement those things. But the prediction, how far it is possible, it is able to predict, but not before a long time. Now the people are working to get the information much ahead of time, actual time, so that the preparation can be much more. This is a challenge. Flood disaster management. Yes, in India, we are badly affected due to flood disaster. Different times the cities are also flooding. The agricultural land are flooding. So in India, flood is a real disaster to us. And we have to control that flood disaster management through the use of sensors. So whenever the water level is increasing or heavy rainfall is predicting from the meteorological department, we can alert different authorities, different dams and river organizations to take care about that heavy rainfall, to take care about the incidents that may come up during next few weeks, that we can tell. Also, we can sense the water levels from the rivers, how it is rising. So the different level of alerts Orange alert, red alert, different alerts are there that will be given to the residents nearby river so that they can take care. In the University of Berkeley, the people worked on floating sensor network. The sensor is floating on the water, and it can sense the changes into the water so that the network can transfer the data to the controlling center where the data will be analyzed and the forecasting result will be predicted. It is also a problem in India as well as throughout the world. The forest fire disaster management, we are losing hectares, certain hectares of forest due to forest fire. If we can get certain rid of from this forest fire management, we can early stop, control that forest fire. We can save our wildlife through that forest fire, from that forest fire, and as well as the property, that is forest property, that is lost a lot. So we can control those. Landslide disaster management, that is also a problem in India because India, the north and northeast India is having the Himalayan range throughout India. So different states, different cities are situated on the foothills of Himalaya, where different type of landslides are coming in different seasons, maybe due to heavy rainfall, maybe due to certain other reasons, due to some man-made reasons are also there, due to deforestation, it can have. But if we can predict those, if we can foresee those, then at least we can control the loss that will be incurred to the society, that can be minimized. And yes, that is done up to certain level, but till date, many more can be done. Earthquake is also same thing. And now, industrial disaster management is one thing that is man-made one, where in industry we can think of the disaster system. So where we can think of different sensor systems to predict the gas emission, to predict the different unwanted situation when it is created into the industry, so that the people can be alerted who are in working condition, and we can save the property, including the human life, from the industry. And this is the concept system of systems that is of IoT, where this smart home is a system, our smart healthcare is a system, our smart energy is a system, and all these systems will collaborate into a particular system of smart city that is can be called as SOS. And if we can implement SOS, then all the systems will work as per their own thinkings, and automatically the system will be a smart system where each and every system element works with it staying inside a system. And that is the system of system is having 5 traits: operational independence, managerial independence, evolutionary development phase, then emergent behavior and geographic distribution. And SOS is comprising of these 5 traits. And this is the evolution of the system of systems, where we can start that a particular tractor is a product which can be combined with the sensors, and that can be called as, say, smart product. Then we can connect these sensors and the tractor along with the broadband or Wi-Fi system, our wireless system, and the tractor can work for those planters, tilters, everything. The production system is along with the networking system, and at last, the overall system of systems can be taken care of for that sector when everything is mapped into a particular system. This is my system of system. This is the one. And smart city project can be visualized as the ICT enabled neural network, where the brain is the city operation or cloud data, as well as the body is working as the IoT. So all the Internet of Things that can work as the body of that system, along with the infrastructural communication network, that can be the body of the system. And this is my neural network architecture. And this is the same thing. Now quickly, we can go through the smart city solution by the industry. Why is a well-known name in industry. They have given certain smart city architecture solution, and this is the why smart city architecture solution. The smart infrastructures what are needed and smart applications what are required. Why is telling this can be done to make a city smart. This is why reference. Then five-wire reference architecture is also the same thing, but with certain changes. And the content information management is in a different layers, and that can be taken care of. That can be adopted by anyone. Then synchronicity, that is also one type of smart city solution. Synchronicity reference architecture. So these three architectures basically all are same. All are telling about the stakeholders, about the citizens and the governance to give service for its citizens, towards its citizens by the government, considering all the physical infrastructures through the technological revolutions. So technology revolution 1, 2, 3, 4, industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. So using all those things, we have to give service by the government to the citizen efficiently. That is the basic motto of this architecture. And this is more or less we are coming towards the conclusion phase, where we have to think about many things. All the standards that are not ready, but we can start the deployment. If any standard is coming on, we will accept. If not, then existing ICT standards that can be considered. So like that, we can start our thinking, and we can go beyond that. So different standardizations of globes that are there, IEEE standard, BSI standards are there. And more than that, if it is not there, we can think of the available standards, whatever is there, and we can start the process. We should not stop. Now the challenge for planners, how do we clearly articulate the community's smart city vision? What are the strategies needed to go for plan to action? What are the metrics, performance measurements to define success? How can we avoid the distractions? How do we protect and maintain the public trust? These questions are the real questions for the planner to who are planning already. Agartala is one thing, and here I am pronouncing one case study of the city Pune. So Pune, in Indian perspective, we are telling it is one of the India's smartest cities, right? And from the website, from the pages, we can find out Pune is the first city adopted by Government of India as well as the Government of Maharashtra to work as a smart city, where IEEE is also working with Pune. IEEE volunteers are working, organizers are working to make Pune as the smart city. And now, as we know, 100 smart cities are there. So what is the vision? This vision and mission and the total guidelines how Pune will carry on the work is available in the Smart City project websites. That as reference I am giving here. The vision is leveraging its rich cultural and natural heritage. So that has to be leveraged. Pune is a city, multicultural city. Though it is in Maharashtra, but in Pune, different cultural people are there other than Marathi. So they have to think about the rich cultural and natural heritage, strong human capital and strong business environment as key strengths. So what is the key strengths of Pune? That is found out here. Then Pune aspires to become the most livable city in India by solving its core infrastructure issue in a future-proof way. This future-proof way that has to be defined into the detailed project plan. And by making its neighborhoods beautiful, clean, green, livable throughout involvement of the community of Pune. So, through the neighborhoods, beautiful, clean, green, and livable. What we want much more? We do not want much more. We want these only to live. So what mission, as a mission, what they have done, they identified the true needs and views of the citizen. They goes to the 50% of the households to survey their needs. They focus on more with less solutions. That is, more will be given with less capital intensive, capital money. So more facilities will be given. They focus on cities raising funds from own sources so that they should not depend on state or central funding in future. So whatever infrastructure will be created after that, they will make themselves sustainable. Focus on low cost ICT based solution to improve quality of infrastructure. Low cost ICT based so that from the resources, whatever they will generate, those can be manageable. Focus on implementability, feasibility, and impact that will do best for it. And with this mission, Pune is working, Pune is done. And this is my references. And if anyone is interested about the case studies, Pune case study is available as well as other city case studies are available from the website. And I hope I did not cross the time. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing wonderful information about smart cities, which is very important to us and is a hot topic for research, for sharing global smart city market segmentation, smart city crisis in India, crisis for quality education, smart home, smart mobility, ICT enabled, neural network, and obviously system of systems, which is very important topic nowadays, and smart city disaster management, and also case studies in Pune. I hope these all statements and your lectures will give us good problem statements, a lot of problem statements for us to carry out our research work. Now, I would like to ask our participants to ask a question directly to sir. Has there any question from any participants? So if you have any questions, so you can drop a mail to sir. Sir email ID is already there in sir slides. Okay. So thank you so much, sir, once again for your wonderful information. Yeah. So our and another important discussions with participants is that we will share your feedback form in our WhatsApp group, which will be treated as an attendance. Minimum 80% attendance is essential for that as per as AICTE guideline. And apart from that, I will discuss another important thing that now we have a lunch session from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. After that, we have a second session 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Okay, so I would like to request all participants to join in the same link at the same time from 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Thank you so much, sir, for your
Thank
lecture,
you.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon to all participants. So now we have a second session from 2:30 to 4 p.m. by Rajesh Kumar Verma. Rajesh Kumar Verma is basically Senior Technology Architect, Microsoft Group, AI and ML, INFOSYS, Hyderabad, India. He is the Solution Architect Component Engineer Group, TCS, Solution Designer, Workshare Building Society, United Kingdom. Worked in TCS from 33 Governors Place, London, England, UK. He has 21 years of industry experience, completed his BE from Northeastern Hill University. He has completed his MTech from AI and Robotic from University of Hyderabad, India. So Sir will deliver his lecture in the topic of Internet of Things, a perspectives. So now I would like to request Sir to deliver your lecture. Sir, please. Sir, your speaker is muted, sir. Please on your speaker. Hello, sir. Yes, yes, now it is audible.
Now you are able to hear me, Jola.
Yes. Fine, sir.
Okay.
Please proceed.
One minute. You are able to hear me, Jolal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the participants, and thanks to the organizers, Abhishek sir, and all the other respectable dignitaries who
Thank
have
you, sir.
given me the chance to speak on this particular topic. It's a very interesting topic and very close to the heart of the people working in the industry, because it has so happened that this topic is basically the action item of the smart city, as well as the smart healthcare, the smart security, and everything that was talked about in the previous lecture. So without much ado, I would like to start this topic and give you a perspective of what we do in the industry. And also, if there are any questions, like I believe you can raise them in the discussion or reserve them for later on. That's fine with me. Like I suggest that we can have the question and answer sessions in the last part of my presentation, so that I could answer all your questions. Now, I just like to tell you that there are basically 4 technologies, and it's very easy to remember. A, B, C, D is the technology word. A standing for AI, B standing for big data, C standing for cloud, and D for the data science. So you have just to remember A, B, C, D, and basically the IoT, it falls under the perspective of artificial intelligence. That is the first A that is there. And I like to tell you about the IoT usage in the industry, since I am from the industrial background, and as you have been told that I work in INFOSYS. Now, I'll just go ahead to the second slide, which is about the IoT Here we have the particular agenda, and the agenda will be talking about the IoT. We'll be also talking about certain other things which are related to the IoT per se. We'll be talking about the IoT platform overview. We'll be talking about all these market trends as well. And you see this agenda screen in front of you. So let's talk about the IoT. And about the IoT, basically, we are talking about Internet of Things. What we really say is when we talk about IoT, one thing we should understand is that all the things which are there are now connected via the internet. That is, all the physical objects, like for example, the vehicles, the buildings, and all the other things that you can imagine about are basically connected via the internet. And after the connection to the internet, we use the particular sensors to connect them and then basically draw the data out of them. And then once the data is drawn, then basically we take the data and we also analyze the data as to what better we can do with the data that we have collected. The various aims for IoT, but it is basically the IoT also, and that is what we name it simply as machine to machine. Like what we really say is that we are basically connecting one of the machines to a different machine, and that is basically the name for IoT. And what happens really is basically that we derive the particular data out of one of the sensors and then give it to the other sensor or analyze it so that we can basically go ahead and derive some meaningful observation out of that, and then we can correct the entire thing. Now, I also want to tell, when we are using IoT, we can also name it as the Internet of Everything. That means every device will now have the internet associated with it, and it is basically going to have a particular IP address of its own. You know, IP4 is basically the standard that we follow for the IoT, but IP6 is basically coming in slowly, and that is what Cisco systems basically says, that every object that we use in the IoT is basically going to have the internet in that particular object. We also call it the world size web, and then the Bruce Snyder has basically named it as the world size web, in which every object, whether that's a inanimate object, that is going to be connected to the web, and we also call it the Skynet. And in this particular movie, the movie you must have seen, the Terminator movie, and that is where we basically have this particular term, the Skynet, involved, and basically it all stands for the IoT itself. Now, I'll just jump on to the next thing. Okay, sorry about the delay. And you just think that you are driving your car to your office and you are on your way to a particular important meeting. But because of certain constraint, you got delayed to the particular meeting. And when you got delayed, you automatically inform all the participants of the meeting to basically state that you are delayed and you will be arriving late for the particular meeting. Your car has really done that. But how has your car done that? Your car has basically done that because it had some sensors to analyze the traffic condition. And when it analyzed the traffic conditions, it automatically came to know that you will not be able to arrive at a particular time for the meeting, and that is when the car informed the sensor of the car informed a different sensor which is there for this particular meeting, or it informed, you can say, the Outlook Exchange server that the meeting needs to be postponed, and then subsequently you go ahead and inform all the participants of the meeting. This is the magic of IoT, which is basically happening. And certainly, you also realize that you have to basically go ahead and all the things you have to do via the sensors. That's when IoT comes into play. Let us take another example. For example, you are taking your clock, and if your alarm clock wakes you at 6 a.m. in the morning, then it basically notifies the coffee machine that your coffee should be ready. This is all done via the sensor. So the origination point is basically the alarm in the clock, and then the alarm in the clock now notifies the coffee machine. So it's the sensors which are basically playing the role of informing the other device that basically the person has woken up at 6 a.m. in the morning, and so it is the coffee. Basically, like in a gist, what I'm trying to explain to you is that it is basically the internet which is basically having the information, and then it is relaying the information to another device which is going to have the same internet, and this relay of the information from one device to the other device, so that the other device can synchronously work after it receives the signal from the first device, is known as the Internet of Things. And that is where all the devices are connected together and they are controlled by the internet, and that is where the synchronicity of the particular devices is very, very important for the smooth working of the particular device. Now, let us go to the next slide. Now, okay, here we are going to discuss about the IoT platforms which are basically there. The IoT platform, we basically divide into 3 categories, and we start working on each of the category. The edge tier is the category number 1. In the edge tier will have certain sensors, and then these sensors will basically sense, and they will then relay it to the particular platform and to the enterprise tier, and so on and so forth. The communication, it basically goes on. Like, I just want to tell you, there are different sensors which are available, and these sensors can be for pressure, can be for the air, can be for the collision part of it. There are many different sensors which are available in the market, and once this sensor basically sense that a particular change in environment has happened, it goes to the tier number 2, which is the platform tier. In the platform tier, we have this particular program which basically read the information that is provided by the sensors and then act on to relay this particular information to another of the device, or it will so happen it may pass it to the third layer, which is the enterprise layer. This enterprise layer takes the sensor information and does all the analytics, and it basically also activates the next layer. As you can see, and as I have told you before, that ABCD, artificial intelligence, is basically one of the factors which is particularly important in the case of IoT platform. It is very, very necessary for the artificial intelligence platform to have the particular data. Now, when the data is there, this AI platform or the enterprise platform, which is the third layer, as you can see in this particular slide, will basically take that particular data and then it will basically slice and dice this particular data that we have got from the sensor and from the platform, and then basically once this particular information is there, then we basically decide what we need to do next, or the data which is there is classified and clustered, and subsequently the next action is decided upon the data which is there. So the three layers which you are seeing, that is the edge layer, and second is the platform layer, and third is the enterprise layer. They are all very important, so that right from the sensing of the data to the analysis of the particular data, the IoT platform is very, very important and playing its role. So whenever we want to construct, for example, a smart city, we want to construct a smart city, so we read the information which is there in the particular sensor, and then we analyze whatever information we got from the sensor. Take, for example, the transportation thing. And when we take the transportation, like we analyze from the sensors, like the particular information about where my buses are moving, then I can go ahead and read this particular information, and I can display it at my bus terminal. I can display what time the particular bus is arriving for a particular location. That is the beauty of sensors, and then basically we have to analyze the particular data. Take, for example, in the case of security, you know recently that we have a naval ship by the name of INS Visakhapatnam. Okay, what it really does is that senses the information from the particular environment, and then basically it relays it to the controlling man or the machine or the computer which is there, and then the machine basically analyzes this particular data and then passes it to the particular security personnel, who then take the appropriate action. So in all fields, basically it's a game that is there on the sensors, and the sensors will basically read the particular data or sense the particular data, and then they will pass on via the platform layer to the enterprises, who will basically use the AI algorithms to basically analyze the particular data, and then go ahead and take the next appropriate action. So in every field, for example, in the field of security, in the field of transportation, in the medical field, this particular usage of IoT is there. I told you in the case of smart city, how IoT is playing its role. And in the case of medical, I just want to highlight that since this was a time of COVID, we have been suffering from this particular COVID-19 disease for the last 2 years almost. And what the doctors do now is that instead of touching the patient physically, they use the sensors or the IoT devices basically to sense the particular information like what is the sugar, what is the pressure of the particular patient, or to analyze the particular images of the patient. And then once this data is got about the patient or the analysis of the images of the patient is there, then the doctor through the intelligent applications basically slices and dices the data, that is through the use of his laptops or AI algorithm, he is able to analyze the particular data that a patient is having. He is able to analyze the image that the patient is basically like his organs are having, and then he is able to prescribe the right medicine to the patient. So these three layers are very, very important, and one should have these three layers when designing a particular application. And now you will ask me the very question that how really do I go ahead and use this particular layer? I suggest that you use one of the very simple computers, and we in the industry also do that. We basically use the simple Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi is one of the devices which has an inbuilt Python operating system in it, and the Python language helps to analyze the particular data. And then once the Raspberry Pi helps to analyze this particular data, then the right conclusion can be made, and basically the data can be analyzed successfully. Now let us go to the next. Why do we need a IoT platform? It is very simple. We need IoT platform in almost all the industries that we are working on. For example, let us take a particular industry like, for example, a manufacturing industry. What really do I need? Without a IoT platform, the manager who is there, he will not have the view of the particular industry or the particular raw material that he is using in his particular workshop. Also, he will not have a view of how much he is manufacturing, so that he can sell his goods to the appropriate places. And basically the goods that are manufactured are a particular number, and he basically needs to channelize it to a particular location, and that's why he needs to know what is the number of the goods that he is manufacturing, and that can all be done via the use of a IoT device, because the IoT device can basically read the number of devices and the number of goods that he is making at a particular point of time, and then basically he can channel it to a particular location. For example, there is a particular solution developer. If he or she has to develop a particular solution or a particular thing to be manufactured, then he or she need to have the information about what are the things required for making and how many things am I going to manufacture. This all information is got via the help of sensor, and once the sensor basically give the information, then it's very easy for the particular solution developer to go ahead and develop the solution, and then subsequently the right thing is done. Now let us see the IoT appliances, various IoT appliances that are used in industry or that are present in the world today. For example, let us take let me go down. If anybody has any questions, then the person can ask me now or later on. That's okay. Okay. No questions. So I'll just continue with the Internet of Things, the appliances which are there, and we continue to use this particular appliances in our day-to-day life. For example, we wear a lot of technology in us, and the particular thing is the wearable technology that we have. This measures the blood pressure, the sugar, and all these things that a particular patient has. We wear it in our wrist, we wear it in our arms, also we wear it in our eyes, so that now the blind can basically see. The blind basically has an image created in the computer, and the computer is able to analyze this particular image that's coming up in the mind of the particular person. So let's also jump to the example of fridge. For example, the fridge is able to have sensors which are installed in the fridge, which will basically uh, like purify the water to a certain level, and then we get the purified water, and then we drink it, and subsequently we say that we are drinking the smart water which is full of minerals, and this will not cause any disease to us. In the case of healthcare also, I given you the example that a wearable device may be able to go ahead, and this may be able to see the sugar, see the pressure of the patient. And here in this picture, although the particular person is going ahead and touching the particular patient, but it may not happen that we need to touch the patient, because the IoT device will clearly go ahead and get me all the data, all the statistics of a particular patient, and then we'll be able to go ahead and prescribe the right drug to that particular patient in the form that, since COVID is dangerous, so this IoT devices have been playing a good role there, and we will there is no requirement that we need to touch the patient, and we will all get his data from the IoT sensors which are there, and subsequently we'll be able to prescribe medication to that particular person. Let us take, for example, the machine-to-machine connected services. What are the things that we need? We first of all, we need the devices, the sensor, and HVAC is a particular device that we basically use in case we need to analyze our city or our home. It is HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and the air condition that is present. So we need to analyze what is the amount of heat, what is the amount of ventilation, or what is the amount of air condition which is there. And this we do by the use of HVAC devices. The other devices that I did give you an example is some of the devices that we use in the range of transportation. For example, we sense a particular vehicle that is coming to a particular station, for example, a bus, and we analyze where the vehicle is and how much time it will take to come to the bus terminal, and subsequently we'll be able to display on the bus stop that the bus will be arriving at this particular time. And similarly, whether in case of a fire, or you know that fire generates heat, and if the heat suddenly increases, then we can say that we have basically had a fire, and this fire information can automatically be sensed and subsequently be transported or given to the fire department, who will basically be ready, and they will travel to the particular location and they will switch off the fire. These devices also, we are using certain lighting devices, which can like sense whether a particular person is there or not. And if a particular person is not present at all, then what is the use of the lights which are is done by the sensors which are installed on a particular room or a particular location or a particular. So for it is very necessary that we need to have the devices, and secondly, we need to identify the location also. For example, we may want to have the sensors installed in our office or in our home and so on and so forth, because we want to monitor the particular office or the home. So it's very necessary we also decide on the location that we want to monitor via the use of the IoT sensor. Then we also need to install, we need to have an idea about the application group. For example, if the group is commercial, or if it is a school, then it's institution, so on and so forth, we need to decide which location or which application we need to monitor, and then which is the sector of the service that we want to monitor, whether it's the building or whether it's the energy sector, whether it's the consumer sector. So all these things we basically need to fix ourselves on, and then subsequently we need to have the sensors installed, and then we particularly have this particular sensors installed, and subsequently we just monitor the particular location that we have. Now, let me take the example of a particular school. For example, a particular school has now it's COVID time, so school exists, but it is basically the education which happens online from the school. And it is very possible that the teacher is sitting at a particular location and she is delivering a particular lecture to the particular student. So it's the online classes, and this is all done via the help of sensors which are basically existing. Also, we install the sensors in the buses, for example. It is basically going to sense via the smart card that the particular student is having with him or her. It will say that whether the student has boarded the bus or whether he or she has alighted from the bus. So it is very essential that we have the Internet of Things out here at this particular school, and each and every item that the school is having can be monitored via the data, and this data is basically going to go from the particular sensor to the to the internet, and that's why it is called the Internet of Things. So the principal sitting in his particular room can monitor what each and every student has done. And whenever he or she gets a phone call from any of the parents, he or she can tell the current status of the particular student who is there, or the particular teacher, or if something has gone wrong, then he or she can look up the videos and the recordings which are there, and then tell about what wrong has gone in the school, and then basically he or she can give the right reward or the punishment. Similarly, if it is a smart city, then it is very essential that we give the particular information to a particular location, and then based on the information the particular decision is taken, and after the decision is taken, then basically we try to create an a particular city or a particular place which is basically smart enough, and it will analyze the particular information, and then if there is a storm coming, the meteorological department can by the use of the sensors or get the information about the weather, and then it can analyze and warn all the respective citizens of the particular place. So this IoT is basically used in all the places that is there, whether you say in city or in school or in security, anywhere it is basically used, and it's all start with the analysis of the data and the capturing of the data, which is basically via the IoT sensor. Now, let me tell you about some of the revolutions that have taken place. Today, we are, of course, in the wave 4, and we say IoT 4.0, but it all started with the wave 1. And the wave 1 had the industrial revolution, in which we saw that using IoT, we basically figured out how the industry is working, and then we basically slowly but slowly we revolutionized the industry which was there. The wave 2 basically comprised of the internet revolution, in which all the data that we captured basically has is stored in the internet, and then basically this data is analyzed, and subsequently by analysis of this particular data, subsequently we are going to make we have made some intelligent decisions, and we have also implemented the same. And in wave 3, we are having the industrial internet, in which all the information from the industry is basically made available on the internet, and a industry of a particular type, it can basically use the good practices that a different industry of the same type or of different type. So there is a mixture of large amount of data and good practices from one industry to the other, and this basically happens. Of course, today we are in the wave 4, and IoT basically 4.0 is typically helping in the industrial revolution in the digital fashion. That is, all the data that we have is basically digitized and then basically stored, so that we don't have the data in logs and in books and in all those stuff, and we have those in the digital form, and then we can analyze those. So today is basically before and IoT 4.0 is catching up in the industry in a big way. Let me tell you some of the market trends. And here in the market trend, basically there are three aspects which are there. First aspect is that of the app logic. So the application which we have is basically going to have a particular logic in which the application is basically made, and then, for example, if we take, for example, a flight which is flying from, say, Agartala to basically Calcutta. Now, there are different type of weathers that can be there, and these weathers are basically sensed by the sensor, and then basically these particular decisions have to be made. So, it is very necessary that we have some of the components, like the carrier communication. For example, we will have the VPN. VPN basically stands for the virtual private network, that is very much required for the application to basically have the data by a particular means of a particular carrier. APN refers to the access endpoint. So access endpoints basically stands for the particular access that we are going to have for a particular location and the endpoint for that. So it is very necessary that we have one of the carrier information communication necessary in case of IoT. Now, it is also necessary that we have an application platform. This application platform basically helps in the various sensors, coordination of the sensor. So whatever data we get regarding the humidity or the particular weather or the particular speed, whatever data we get, we basically have to analyze that particular data, and subsequently, after the analysis of the particular data, then we have to make an intelligent decision as to what to do next. So this application platform is a very necessary part of the particular IoT scenario that we are having. Now, how really do we go ahead and capture this particular data through which we make intelligent decision? This is through the use of the devices and the operating system which are associated with that. For example, I told you that if you want to start a small IoT project at your home, it is very necessary that you purchase the Raspberry Pi. And when you purchase the Raspberry Pi, it basically comes with the operating system, and the Python software is basically installed on top of that. So whichever device or whichever sensor you basically connect to that particular Raspberry Pi, it's going to read the data, and then you can write Python program so that you can analyze your data and subsequently make an intelligent next step that you want to do with this particular information. So in order to have a IoT device, it is very necessary that we also have with it the carrier information, the IoT application platform, and the devices which basically supply us the particular data. Now, when we are having the particular data from the IoT devices, we are basically going to do something with that data. That particular data is basically then analyzed via the use of AI or intelligent programs, and subsequently the next step is decided. At the bottom, you see actuators. What I mean is basically after analyzing the IoT devices data, what we do actually is we basically move a machine part. That machine part is basically the role of the actuator. Today, there are some cars being manufactured by the help of robots. There is no manual labor in manufacturing of cars like Toyota, Honda, Mercedes, BMW, you can name it. And in case of airplanes also, it is a very complex machinery, and that is why we do not use a human being to go ahead and make a car which is very mechanized or which is very good, and aeroplanes or ships. But of course, wherever minimum required, we basically use the human workforce. So it's very necessary that when we are having the IoT devices, we basically sense the information from the IoT device and then decide our next step. So it is very necessary that when we are having this particular technology in our hand, we use the technology so that we can make some good cars, some highly technical and intelligent cars or airplanes or ships or anything that we want. And then our cities also, we can use this sensor and go ahead and make our cities more intelligent per se. Let me go to the next. For example, let us see the different IoT platforms. And as you see in this particular graph, like there are only 298 devices that are basically manufactured, and the CAGR is basically only 298, but today it is 1000 plus 1644 to be precise. And what we are saying out here is that the IoT platforms which are there, several different companies, for example, the startups, the medium size, and all these companies are going to have the IoT platforms, and that platforms are basically catching up in the world today. Let us take a particular statistic, for example. Now, $2 billion in IoT platforms is basically that has been invested. And when such a large amount of money has been invested in the sensor, it is also necessary for us to analyze the particular sensor information and then go ahead and make use of it. In the software that's there are various software which can be used for the IoT, and GE, General Electric, is the company which makes one software. That software is known as the Predict software, and that Predict software is basically used in the manufacturing of the aeroplanes, in the manufacturing of other things, medical equipment, and things like that can be done via the use of the IoT devices. And I just also want to mention that basically the IoT platforms, they are basically having the hardware, they are having the software, they are having the networks and everything. And we basically take all of that and then we make the particular IoT platform or the IoT enterprise, and then we can basically go ahead and run it successfully to the particular advantage of the person. I also want to mention you that since we are talking about the internet, we have to ensure that we need to have connectivity and fast internet for this purpose of the IoT. Without the fast internet, it is not possible to go ahead and implement IoT in a successful manner. And that's why when we are saying that we are going to implement the IoT, it is very necessary that we also have something which is known as the fast internet. And that's why you can see that the internet providers in this world, they are basically delivering faster and faster internet. Just wanted to tell you about 10 most popular Internet of Things applications, and these applications could be anywhere from the smart home, in which basically the security of the home, we do not wake up or we do not put a human guard to basically monitor the security of our home. This is all done by the smart home, whether the heating, whether the ventilation, whether the AC in the home. This is all done via the smart internet. The wearables that we have talked about, then we could wear one such device on our hand and then or in our heart, for example, and that can be monitored and send data, and this data can definitely be looked at by the doctor who can then prescribe the medicine to us. We also have it in the development of the smart city that we need this particular IoT application. And I have given you the particular example of a particular bus, and or you can say that if we needed to cleanse the water that we are drinking, then we need to have the IoT device connected so that it can sense what is the ingredient of the water that we are drinking or the food that we are eating. Now, in case of energy and utilities, the smart grid, so the power that's getting generated, it's basically used effectively by the devices which are there, and subsequently you can see, for example, in every walk of life, these IoT devices are basically important. Let me go on to the next what the future has for us. The future is basically having a lot of scope in IoT. And as I told you before, that IoT is basically falling under the bracket of AI. And basically, what we are having today is basically the 3 trillion market, not even million billion, but a trillion market that we are having, that we will see in the year to come, in the next 5 years. And we are having this particular IoT sensor, and 27 billion we are going to have in the next 5 years, from a particular 6 billion that we are having in the previous 5 years. So you can see that next over the 10 years that we are talking about, we have almost had the IoT devices to be 5-fold. And that is the beauty that we are having in the IoT. And we are basically using IoT in every field that you can think about. Now, let me talk about the different industries that we are having. Now, in the case of banking industry, for example, we are going to have the replacement of the cash. Now, as you have seen that after this particular monetization has been lost, and some of the notes, like for example, the 500 and 1,000 notes have been taken away from the currency, and they are no longer used. The banking industry, which is basically going all digital, and then we are not going to the bank for anything, but sometimes we withdraw the money, and this is all via the use of IoT that is there, and the counting which happens of the money is also digitized, and so on and so forth. So IoT finds itself a lot of usage in the banking industry, even in the healthcare industry that we have discussed. Now we are basically going to have some of the devices basically monitor the health condition of the patient, and then send the doctor to the doctor the information about how the patient data is there, and subsequently the doctor will be able to give medicine to the particular person. In the case of automotive, like I told you, that today nobody manufactures by hand or by human workforce. It is basically all the robots which are basically making all the cars, or all the airplanes, or all the trains, or all the metros that you can think about. We also use IoT in case of retail, and in case of retail, the sensor is going to basically find out who the customer is, and then what is the loyalty that need to be given to the particular customer. All the delivery, which is mentioned, which is taken care of by the IoT device. So you can see that the IoT devices are growing popular every day, and subsequently we are going to have the IoT devices basically take care of all the information, as well as do all the things for us. Little and little, as much little as possible, the human workforce is going to be used. In the case of transportation, also the IoT devices are very, very important. And I gave you the example of the IoT devices being fixed on a particular vehicle, and we will be able to analyze where the vehicle is and how much time it will take to reach a particular destination, and that's when we can go ahead and display the actual information as to how much time it will take for the transport vehicle to reach a particular place. In the case of energy and utilities also, we use IoT devices. Like for example, I have told you the example that, for example, if in a particular street, there is no one going through that particular street, then I can basically shut down all the street lights, and that's all done via the help of the IoT sensors which are there. Even in the case of manufacturing, we are going to have this particular IoT devices, and we can write that the customer requirements by the use of the IoT device. On all of these things are basically connected, and once these are all connected, we can basically go ahead and successfully, through the use of these particular IoT sensors, we can do the manufacturing in a successful manner. Let me go to the next. For example, let me take you through the example of a retail, and in some detail, if I am taking the example of a retail, the enhanced customer experience are basically provided by the IoT devices, and the in-store conversion. For example, a particular person has come to buy a particular insurance, but he may be able to buy next category, and we are able to show him the benefits through the use of the particular IoT devices. That, okay, what if something happens to you, then you will be able to go ahead and have the next level of coverage. So something like this is basically all the IoT devices can help us, and then they basically give us the accurate tracking of the inventory also in case of retail. And subsequently, as you see, through the use of the IoT devices, we are basically able to go ahead and uh, do the accurate tracking of the inventory, accurate tracking of the information which is there. Let me give you an example for the sake of secrecy. I cannot tell you the client name, but we have basically done a particular project in which we have basically counted the inventory which is there at a particular store for a particular item, and that's what we have used the information through sensor of a particular rack, and we are able to count through the use of AI techniques like image processing, computer vision, and all those things we have done. Also, we have used drones, and basically the drones are used to basically analyze the particular uh, uh, images taken of the damaged vehicle that is there. And by training the model, like to analyze whether the defect is of the small type or the medium type or the complex type, we are able to go ahead and do that. So subsequently, like you can see, through the use of the IoT sensors, we have basically done a good amount of things. Now, here, for example, in going further to the area of retail, we use a lot of sensors out here, and through these sensors that we have, we are basically not only we are able to analyze through the RF, the radio frequency ID, the particular thing that we are having, but we can also stack the shelves which are there, and we can make a intelligent guess about which item do we need to stack at the beginning and which item do we need to stack towards the end in a particular rack. And through the use of the IoT devices, we can also they like improve the checkout process that we have, and subsequently the customer is going to have good experience when it comes to our store. So in case of retail, as you can see that in order to give some good customer experience, we need to use the IoT device. Subsequently, when we are developing a smart city, we need to give some good experience to all the citizens of the place that is we are basically going to implement the smart city, that is of a city or of a country. Today, the smart city project, which was initiated in 2015, has 100 Indian cities which are to be made smart, and a lot of work need to be done in this particular space, and hence we are saying that smart city is a particular project that is going to take its own time, and slowly by slowly we are going to make everything smart through the use of technology that we are trying to implement. Let me tell you something about the forestry research. This leaders quadrant basically has some of the companies which are doing work out there, and you can see IBM is one of the companies which basically has in the IoT space done a lot of work, and it is a lot of intelligent programs. Like you may have heard about IBM Watson, which is an intelligent application. And this intelligent application basically takes the data from the various devices, you can say, or sensors, and then basically analyze it. The PTC, which is the Parametric Technology Corporation of USA, and this is also in the leader squad. The General Electric, which is also a company of the USA manufacturing aircraft, as well as giving loans and various other things, is basically also one of the companies in the leaders quadrant. And we have Microsoft, who basically has Azure cloud, and then has certain sensors which can analyze the particular information, and after analyzing the information, it does a sort of a AI into that particular information, and subsequently it analyzes and it gives us a wonderful result. So these are some of the companies in the leaders quadrant, strong performers, like for the companies which are basically coming up, which are basically SAP, and then we have Amazon, which is basically strong in the space of cloud, for example, and then it also has the Amazon machine learning or AI you can talk about, and then Cisco systems, which are the strong performers, and also the containers are one of the companies which is known as Zebra Technologies. This Zebra Technologies has sensors, and this particular sensor will be able to go ahead and sense all the information, and then basically give you the data, so that you can analyze the data and you can go ahead and make some intelligent guesses with that. We also have in the contenders category the Logme and the Exosite companies which are there, and all these companies are the contender. And I just want to tell you that a lot of work is done by the companies in the USA, and of course there and a lot of these startups are basically coming up in India also, and then you can be a part of that, and you can basically contribute towards making these particular devices or sensors, or you can write programs and you could do analysis. There is a lot that needs to be done in this particular space. Here in this particular slide, we are trying to show you about the different company like the Amazon Web Services and the different protocols that it supports. Like for example, it supports FDP, the MQTT, and the various device management that it has. Like it can support the various devices also, and the connectivity that can be basically done, and it can basically go ahead and use that. So, and we also have the integrated machine learning. What we want to say is that once the devices read this particular data, what needs to be done? And this is basically all the things of AI and machine learning can then be done analyzing that particular data that we got from. And we have the generative electric, the predict systems, like these particular systems. As you can see, these are also having the capability of reading the particular data and then going ahead and analyzing it via the use of AI program. There are various other companies that are listed in this particular slide. For example, IBM, the Microsoft, the Parametric Technology Corporation, the SAP, and all these things which have the capability to capture the data and what next to do with the particular data, they can basically help us do that. You can see this particular information in this slide. Now, let me talk about the various IoT platforms. For example, AWS, Amazon is basically having the IoT platform, and this IoT platform is connected with the various services that Amazon includes, like the S3. The S3 is the simple storage service, which is basically the service which is basically going to store the information. The DynamoDB, it's a type of DB which is there, and it basically stores the information. And the Amazon machine learning, which is going to take the data and then analyze. And there is a Lambda service also in which we can simply write a particular line and go ahead and analyze the data that we have. So I just wanted to tell you that Amazon is basically having the IoT platform which analyzes the data, and then basically we can make some intelligent decisions out of that. There are other companies also like the GE. It has one of its various IoT platform which is known as GE Predicts, and this GE Predicts is basically going to also have the IoT platform, and then subsequently it is going to have this intelligent software which is going to have the data capture. And as in the earlier talk it was mentioned about big data, then we can go ahead and capture the data, and we also store the data in the big data, the format that is the NoSQL format, and then basically we can do a lot of analytics on that. There are other platforms also, like we have talked about the IBM platform that basically helps to analyze this particular data, and subsequently we are able to go ahead and do a lot of this information. These particular data are from IBM, and the program are basically hosted as the software as a service, and then we can basically go ahead and use that and only pay for the amount that we have used. You will be knowing that we can host various platforms, and we are having certain cloud models like IS, infrastructure as a service, uh, or we can have software as a service, or we can have platform as a service. And these are basically some of the cloud hosting models. And IBM basically hosts its IoT platform in the SaaS as software as a service platform model. There is Microsoft Azure IoT also, and these basically you can use to capture the data from the various sensors and then basically do some intelligent decision from there. Now, I just wanted to mention about IoT PaaS, platform and service, that Microsoft Azure is having. And if you see, it is one of the famous cloud platforms that Microsoft is having, and you could go ahead and install on your cloud this IoT, Azure IoT platform, and then you could go ahead and have certain things which are done with this IoT platform. You could have from parametric technology also the IoT platform, which is known as ThingWorks, and this uh, particular platform helps us to analyze the IoT data and then go ahead and play with this IoT data, analyze it, and you can do your next intelligent decision or next intelligent thing with this particular platform. Similarly, we have SAP HANA also, and SAP HANA is one of the platforms which help to analyze the particular information that is captured by the sensors. It is hosted in the PaaS model, platform as a service, and is one of the good platforms that can analyze the IoT data. Let me go on to the next slide, and here we just talk about these various platforms that are used in various industries. For example, the manufacturing, healthcare, and different industries that we have. And this, as you can see out here in the healthcare industry, we use the IBM Watson, Predix, and AWS. Not to say that we are using only these platforms per se, but we are using other platforms also. But this slide basically tells you some of the important IoT platforms that we are going to use in this particular page. Now, let me talk about the architecture a little, and you can ask me any number of questions that you have after this particular presentation. First of all, we have this particular applications layer, as you can see on the top. So these are basically the IoT applications that we are having. Secondly, we have a layer which does the service support and application support. Here we are having all the support capabilities that are required for the IoT platform. Third, we have, and from the top, we have the network layer, which is having all the network capabilities and the transportation capabilities that are required for the IoT platform. And lastly, towards the bottom, we have all the device layer which is basically going to capture all the information that is from the IoT sensors which are there. On the vertical, that is spanning across all the layers, we also have management capabilities which are going to manage the particular data that we have captured, as well as one of the layers, which is a vertical layer, is basically the security capability. And we are going to have a lot of security because the data can easily be taken away by some of the devices. So this is one of the IoT reference model. And whenever we are having a particular IoT application, then we can take this particular reference model and we can have our architecture in this particular time. Just tell you about the smart city architecture. Also, we are trying to help the citizens of the place or the city, and then we'll have certain organizers who are basically going to organize the data, and we are also going to have security and the police who are going to take this particular data, and this data can then be analyzed by them, and then security and all these things can be provided. For this, we need certain sensor to basically read the information. And once the sensors read this particular information, then we pass it on to the network, and then the network aggregates data and passes it on to the data processing, and subsequently for the extraction of the knowledge, and subsequently a smart city can be formed. Now, coming to the concept of edge. So here we have various sensors, and these sensors are basically going to take the information or take the data from the various devices. And once this information from the various sensors is aggregated, it goes to the cloud, and subsequently the cloud is basically going to go ahead and make some intelligent decision from this particular data that we have got. Now, I'll briefly talk about the IoT landscape that we are having. And as you can see out here, that there are various companies that are basically dealing with the IoT space. And the list is growing every day. And when we talk about the various IoT devices, like we have certain companies who are basically going to read the information and who are manufacturing wearables and watches and all these things. The sensor devices which are going to basically read the information that is there. Also in case of home, the information is read via the help of the various sensors. And as you can see out here in this particular slide, that there are various companies which are basically going to make the sensors for the home. There are various vehicles which are made by the various companies, as you can see out here, and subsequently also there are companies which tackle to a vertical. For example, the healthcare, the GE makes a lot of medical sensing devices. The Philips also makes a lot of medical sensing devices. And as you can see, for example, if you are talking about AR, VR, the augmented reality and the virtual reality, which is there, then there are various companies like Sony, Assam, and all these things who are basically going to be working in this particular space. Now, when we are talking about the industrial internet, we are talking about robotics, and this robotics basically is done by various companies, and these companies are like ABB, Asian Bound Body, is one of the companies which basically does a lot of this robotic work. So here we have presented you a snapshot of the various companies that are basically working in this particular space. And once they are basically manufacturing, then it is very easy for them to sell it to the market and do their things. These are some of the references that you have, and let me talk about certain books that can be downloaded by you. Like you can refer to the Amazon IoT, you can refer to some of the books enabling things to talk. And like, for example, you have Amazon Siri, which is basically talking to you, and it will basically switch on the lights or the AC which you have in your house. For example, you might have Amazon installed in your office, for example, in the car, and then it will do a set of things for you. So it's very all the books, and you can easily go ahead and download these books in the b-ok.asia website. And then the only restriction is that you can download only up to 5 books, and then you can read those, and you can go ahead and implement IoT in your various devices. These are some of the reference website that you can refer for the IoT. And now it's the time for you to ask the questions to me. What I suggest you is basically purchase a Raspberry Pi, and that when you purchase it, you can install the OS, the Python in it, and then you can easily go ahead and write Python programs, and you can easily go ahead and purchase a set of sensors. The sensors are very cheap, and once you purchase that, you can go ahead and sense the various conditions or the various things that it's supposed to sense, and you can go ahead and do your work. So, any questions, please?
Any question from participants? Any question?
Please ask any questions that you may be having. And one thing I just want to tell you that yes, we are going to learn a lot of theory about IoT in this particular session that we are having, and we are going to have over the period of next few days. But when you go to your institution, please implement the IoT. A small thing you can implement, and when you implement that, you will find that there's a lot of fun, and there is a lot of value that you can deliver by implementing the particular IoT application to the particular user of the particular thing. With that, I end my discussion, and since there are only 5 minutes, please ask me any questions that you may be having in your mind.
So any participants, any question? So I have one question, sir. Which computer language is more useful for designing IoT applications? Because there are a lot of, applications are there, a lot of languages are also there. So which tool we can use?
Yes.
Computer language?
Yeah, mainly I would say Python is a language that you can use for the IoT applications, and Python can easily help you in analysis of the data that you have captured via the help of the sensor. And these sensors are basically very cheap, and you can go ahead and buy them from any vendor that you want. Basically, you can order them in Amazon, for example. You can order for a particular sensor that is going to uh, monitor the ventilation, or that's going to monitor the water, that is going to monitor the light, a light sensor. And all these things can be monitored by you very easily. And I suggest that Python can be used. Of course, there are a lot of languages, like for example, Python is there, and there's R. You can even do it in C, C++, or Java. You can even do. But Python being the easiest, and it's very easy to learn. It's a language for the future. So, like I suggest that like all the participants can start with the Python language and purchasing the Raspberry Pi, which is less than 5,000 rupees. You can purchase the Raspberry Pi, and then subsequently you can purchase the sensor, which is 200 rupees, 300 rupees, each single sensor, and you can purchase a set of 2 to 3 sensors, and then you can execute your experiment, whether that's a light sensor, whether that's a pressure sensor, or whether that's a AC sensor. You can basically do that. And once you do all this experiment, then only the actual benefit to the actual end user can be unleashed. Does that help you?
From SN Langhote. So they have sent a lot of queries to you, sir. So I request to all participants to send your queries if you have. So you can directly mail to sir. Sir, email ID is there with you. So, sir, his question is, sir, which computer language is more useful for designing IoT application? This is the question from S. Langote. Which computer language?
Yes, like I mentioned to you, that if you know Python, if you use the Python language, then that is very, very essential in order to go ahead and have all the IoT sensors send you all the devices, send you all the data, and you can easily analyze by use of Python language. As I told you, we have certain languages like R, we can do it in C, we can do it in C++, or we can use Java. But I would say that for the today, present day, and for the future, you can use Python language. And okay, Python is a very open source language. That is, a community is there, and that develops Python. And today, the latest version that is there is 3.9, and it was basically invented by Gordon Van Rossum. But things apart, like I would say, if you know Python language, then you can very easily do IoT. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So actually, there is a very nice information, sir, from your site, like based on various applications of IoTs, like IoT platform in IoT solution stack, then IoT application used in healthcare, education, and so many sectors, Raspberry Pi, M2M world of connected services, and types of role of IoTs, IoT platform capability mapping, IoT refined model, and edge computing, and so many. Thank you so much, sir, for your nice information. And I would like to request all participants, if you have any question, you can directly mail to sir also. And sir, there is a lot of queries from different participants. Actually, they want to communicate with you directly. So please, sir,
yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Like my email address, you can collect from
Yes.
Abhishek sir, or
Yes.
you can collect from Jalal sir,
Yes.
and you can write to me directly,
Yes.
and I'll basically respond to each and every email that is sent by you. It will be having a lot of interesting questions, and I would basically answer that for sure.
So there is another
Thank
question,
you very
sir.
much.
Actually, now I have received one question from Kamal Kishore, that is Python is useful for civil engineering. I think so. I think he is from civil engineering background. He want to learn IoTs.
Yes.
Okay, so what your suggestions are for him?
Yeah. Python, not only for civil engineering, but for mechanical also, electrical also, and in other branches also like electronics and all these things. Python is a language that is being used very much. And of course, not to say that the other languages like Java, R, or so are not being used, but Python is being used. And basically, if you wanted to use IoT, then you could have sensors. You could go ahead and take the particular data that the sensors are basically reading or collecting, as you can say, and then you can analyze with the help of uh, Python language. And uh, just to answer the question, not only in particular branch of engineering like civil engineering, but it is basically used in all the branches of engineering. Yeah. Any other question? Thank you very much, and all the best to all of you. I request you and that you will basically take a small thing in IoT and implement it in your basic in your work areas, and you can start off with the Raspberry Pi, and you can use it in whichever field that you are working for, whether it be any of the engineering, civil, electrical, mechanical, or electronics engineering, or you could take any of the verticals. For example, you could take a retail, you could take a healthcare, you could take telecom, you could take insurance, and then go ahead and implement that. So when you implement IoT, you will feel a lot of benefit to the society, and you yourself will have a lot of insight into the IoT. With these words, I wish you all the best, and thank you very much for patiently listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, sir. Actually, there is an announcement for our participants that please fill out the feedback form, which will be shared in your WhatsApp. And this is the end of our today's session. Our next session will be start from tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. And the link will be already shared with you, the same link. And please connect and please be with us at the same time. So thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jala, and thanks to Abhishek sir and all the organizers of this particular program. And have a good evening. Bye bye.
Thank you.